Hello, everybody. I'm back. So I did work on my game previously, obviously, out of stream, and I wanted to show you some of my progress. So let me see if I can switch over right now. As you can see, that's already there. Let me see if I can play this and show you. I don't. So again, I do have a Patreon page. It's also called Digital Phoenix. Um, and yeah, it's just like, I think it's just like a $1 tier. But I do have some videos up there whenever I'm not streaming and I am working on my game. I usually just record it. It's not streamed because it's just pretty much me just working on my own with AI chatbot assistance. Let me see if I can play this really quick. Not play it, but show you. So you can see that floating room in the middle. So that was something I added. So I'm going to start working on. So everything else that I was working on before was the south end of the ship. Now I'm comfortable enough that the south end of the ship is working good, or I as intended. So now I can move on to the north side of the ship, where the south side was decks 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now this north side will be 5, 6, 7, and 8. And eventually I'll work on the secret level, which is deck 9. But here, if I stop it, I have a random room generated on the 5th floor, which is how I want it. Every time a seeker plays a new rift, they'll get a different layout each time. No two maps are ever the same. So we get a different one each time. And this here is just to set up the rooms on the 5th floor so that I have a reference point to create the rest of the procedurally generated hallways and rooms. And so that's one thing I worked on. Another thing I worked on, let me see if I can show you that. Can you see that crosshair in the middle? It was there before, but now I actually made it a little bit bigger and a little bit more opaque so that it can be seen. Actually, I might change it back. I don't want it to be too noticeable. But you can see that in the middle there. What I also added, to that was sort of like hover animation and hover graphics. So let me see if I can turn the lights back on. Find something somewhere. Darn it, I don't. Okay, down here. I don't know where the monster is at. I'm gonna try to avoid the monster. Yeah, I can see if I can try to run there. So yeah, the crosshair in the middle is a little too noticeable. I don't want it. Oh, I can hear the monster somewhere. But the crosshair right now, the default crosshair is the one that you can see in the middle right now. The exact middle of the screen. And I don't want it to be too noticeable, but I guess for testing purposes, I made it that way. However, I did add hover animation to it. So let me see if I can show you right here. So once I hover over this flashlight here, you should see the crosshair animate. You see that? So that's something I added there. off stream. Unfortunately I forgot to record that, so that's not going to be up on the Patreon page, but I am talking about it now, so we can. Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not. Let me see if I can find something else. So yeah, unfortunately, I did not. I forgot to record me figuring out how to make that hover animation work for the crosshair. And but I can go over it really quick. So yeah, today is just a random stream. I called it a random stream because I feel like I'm just working on some stuff that I want to it's not really. Oh, here you can see in complete darkness that this room is glowing. That's because there is a cosmic card in here. Okay, and you can see the animation, the crosshair animation working now. Before it didn't work. So there's the normal default crosshair. Whenever I hover over something interactable like card or a flashlight. Later on I'll do doors, but right now it's just placeholders right now, so that you can open and close doors. But the crosshair will also change so that the seeker knows that they can interact with it. But right now, this is the crosshair you see right now is the default crosshair. But whenever you hover over something that is interactable, like this card here, it should change. So you can see that you can interact with it. You can pick it up. Up in the top left, you see card picked up. So I don't know if oh yeah, I think okay, never mind. But I don't know, I can't remember if I worked on that on the last stream, but oh yeah, I did, and it did work. But now I changed the cards from, so if I turn the lights off now, you can't see any glow, because when you pick up the card, the cosmic filaments disappear, which is all that glow and lights and the sparkly effects. Alright, so yeah, in the last stream I did work on card picked up and flashlight picked up. So that's my F key, or the interact key. So so you can see I'm pressing the F key up in the, and the debug is showing me that before F logic. It doesn't say card picked up or anything like that because I'm not hovering over any interactable item. There's pretty much only two interactable items right now. It's just the cosmic card and the flashlight. So let me see if I can head back to the flashlight. But so yeah, that was, I'm not sure, what else did I work on? Oh, I worked on some light map resolutions. I could have sworn there was some. Was it on the other side? Oh, because I'm on the wrong floor. Let me see if I can go back down to the first floor. I'm not sure exactly where this monster is at. I'm gonna try to run really quick down there. I'm also trying to work on making the monster smarter. Right now it's just patrol and that's it, and chase. So here we go. Here's the flashlight. Hovering over it. Not hovering over it. Hovering over it. So you can see it kind of works wonky, but it does work. And you click on it, you can see on the upper left it says flashlight picked up. So now for the card, if you hover over it, the crosshair changes. If you don't hover over it, it goes back to default. So I want to actually change that crosshair. So we'll see if we can do that. I picked up the card. Alright, so But yeah, the other thing I was working on is trying to get the light maps of everything, and I'm using all consistent. So that's why this is a random stream today, because I'm going to be working on many things, just random stuff that pops into my head. All right, so let me see if I can show you that this is part of it. The hover, so trace for interactable, right here. So I think this was created in my. I don't know if it's. I don't think it was in the previous stream, but it was definitely in one of the not streams, but the videos that I offline videos that I recorded and uploaded to Patreon. So pretty much what this does is allows me to work off of the event tick right here. Okay. So off of the event tick, so it's like every frame, right? Event called every frame. So what I want this custom event to do is to track each time line trace by channel, every frame, if something is interactable or not. So in this case, it's at 0.1 seconds, and I'm using a set timer by event, and it's looping so that it checks every single time, every 0.1 seconds, instead of just once. And this is supposed to be, the most efficient way to do this, because I was thinking of trying to do this in the actual, let me show you. Where is it? Uh-oh. Huh. Where? Is it this? Oh, I know why. It's in another folder right here. I think I tried to move it, but okay, so this here is the original. As you can see, the crosshairs right there. So this is the player HUD, heads up display, and it's pretty much just me changing whenever this the crosshair hovers over something or is not hovering over anything, it's set to normal, which is the normal dot, and then play animation in reverse, which is this here. Let me see. You can see it grow bigger and more opaque. So I might see, I want to see if I can change the okay, so for that was for normal, but now this is crosshair. This is for hovered, and I want to see if I can change this to TIUMG. This one instead. Let's see what that looks like. Save all. Compile. Save. And don't know if this will work, but let me see. It's not here, it's on the other side of the hallway. I think the monster is there on that side of the hallway. how the crosshair changes. Don't know okay, here we go. Let's see what happens. Okay, it does change. But I wonder. I think I want to change it even more than this. Right now the crosshair is still tiny. I want it to be bigger and noticeable, so more opaque. As right now it's sort of transparent. You can't really see that it changes whenever you're hovering over something interactable. I wonder if I should just keep it as the other one, where it's like a filled in circle. Let me see if I can change this by changing the animation even more. Let me see. So here I have the alpha at 0.1 seconds. It becomes 0.9. I don't know. Let me see something. I want to go back to this dot. Put it back down to not 100, but I think it was 10 before. Right? And the opacity of it wasn't so high. I think it was at 3 before. That's really late. But yeah, let me see. Oh, it's hardly noticeable, which is what I wanted. But let's see now what happens. So it gets bigger and more opaque, which is what I want. But at the same time, I want it to change from this circle to the other broken circle to show that you're hovering over something that is interactable. Okay, so now that I got that, let me see if I can test it. Save. And okay, it's much smaller now. It's tiny. If you look smack dab in the middle of the screen, you can see the crosshair. It's really tiny. And it's almost hardly noticeable. So, let me see if I can test. Okay, so if I move out of here, run over here, see what happens. The other one is tiny too. So I'm really gonna have to adjust the scale. Alright, let me go back. Go back to scale. So at 0 seconds, it will be the default size of 1. Then at 0.1 seconds, it'll be I want it to change almost instantly, so let me change it to 2.9. Oops, 2.9. to 0.9, and then at 0.2 seconds it'll be 3. Alright, so that looks huge, but that's because I'm zoomed in. Actually, even 3 doesn't look huge enough, but we'll see what happens. Compile this, save it, and test it. Okay, so there's that tiny dot right smack dab in the middle. Alright. And I'm just waiting for that monster to leave, hopefully. Is he leaving? Oh, there he goes. Alright, so see. Okay. Unfortunately, it's not working. Oh, shoot! That always scares me. So I'm not sure. I think I might have to change things back because there, and there. So what I did is I changed the alpha. Okay, you know what? I'll change it here. Okay, changes there. So it's not as opaque. Then it becomes a lot more opaque. Okay, so there's that. However, I think I might have to change it back because it doesn't seem to be. I don't know how to get that other icon, just TIUMG, to change using the animation. So if I go back, 0.9, 1.0. So I want it to be almost instant. 2.9, 3.0. So at 2.9, we'll make it 3.9. And at 0.2, we'll make it 4. Save. Alright. So that's for scale, and then for opacity, there's that. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Right, did I? Okay, it's really tiny and opaque now, smack dab in the middle. Nearly unnoticeable, which is actually what I want. I don't want this big noticeable dot in the middle of the screen whenever you're running around. Only whenever you... Oh, the monster's not here. Okay, good. Only when you're hovering over something, then you should be able to notice it. The monster's here somewhere. I don't want to be here. side. This way. I really should try to move these items in the spawn room so that I don't have to run out here each time to test them. Okay. Yeah, something's wrong with the actual... Not sure why it's not working. So I can see whenever I hover over, it does give me the other icon, but that icon doesn't seem to be changing for some reason. Wonder what's going on there. It doesn't change size, it doesn't do anything. I don't know how I got it working before. So what happens is it's supposed to change the texture first. Right? So normal is this texture. Hovered is this texture. So it's supposed to change this first. And then change the animation. Since I have the animation at 1, maybe color and opacity of dot. Okay, what if I change it back? Interact dot full. Will the texture work again? Running through here without any lights except for the lights on the door. See if there's a glow somewhere, that means that's where the cosmic card is. Okay, it's just not here. Let's see if it updates. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know why this texture works, but the other one doesn't, but I might just keep this one. Okay. I might just keep it that way for now. Alright. So, I'm saving that, closing this up. Don't want to work on it anymore. So let me see. Don't know. So I did show you this last stream where I took some of the code from my first iteration of making my game. So now I'm going to try to take this here. So where you saw I was working on the middle crosshair. In this iteration, not only do I have the middle crosshair, but I also have everything else like mission objectives, quests, hunger, stamina, battery life, and hunger life, stamina. But really, what I want is right here. Is this inventory system right here. So I don't know how I did it. So I'm going to try to copy and paste this if I can into because what happened was way back in early 2022, I just followed YouTube tutorials, and this is what I came up with. But is actually what I wanted specifically, because it's exactly like my favorite horror video game that I like to play almost religiously. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm creating my own horror game, because it's based off of my favorite horror video game. But let's see, how can I do this? How can I copy it? Okay, so that's the panel. That I don't need to copy. That I don't need to copy. Hunger bar, no. Stamina bar, no. Objectives, no. Maybe yes, later. I'll copy these later. Battery, no. Battery bar, no. Now this is what I want. Inventory frame. Apparently that's an image. Slot 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then this image is the crosshair, so I don't need to copy. But these are what I want to copy. Now, I do not know if I just simply can copy it this way and paste it into, let me see. There is no image for the brush of these. But what's giving it this orange? Oh, I see. I created a, what do you call this thing? A texture for it. And the insides have alpha channels, so that all you see are the borders of the frame, the inventory framework, and you don't see the inside checkerboard. And that's how I'm able to put icons in there that represent the items that you pick up in game. Okay, this kind of sucks. I have to re-understand how I did everything back in 2022. But I really, really just want to copy and paste this. But I do not want to use this. It's supposed to be completely invisible and only show up. Well, not even the frame. Only just the icons will show up. Well, yes, the frames should show up too. But, darn it. So how should I do this? If I want to copy item slot, what I can do is just copy each of these, and these are called images. However, each of the slots do not have a brush image, so keep that empty. I did change the color and opacity to be whatever these numbers are, so I'll copy those. Anything else? On mouse button down, there is no need for that. The inventory is not supposed to be interactable in that way where you can click on it. It's just interactable only through mouse scrolling up and down. That's all I want for that. So there's that. Now, what about this frame here? This frame actually has a brush image, the inventory bar, and it's completely opaque with RGB at 1. Anything else I changed? Nothing except for that mouse. This is the size. Alright, so I really only want just this, the inventory UI, and this mission objectives. But we'll do that maybe some other day. This one is what I really want. Okay, so in order to do that, I need to bind widget. Oh, nothing is, but there's no animations in this UI. Oh, okay. Now I go to the graph editor mode. So I have hunger progress, which I'm not going to copy that. Battery progress, I'm not going to copy that. Stamina, I'm not going to copy that. Mission, this I might copy. So I need something called a survival save game blueprint. It's because, as you can see, I'm casting to it. And I'm assuming this is how I write to the UI. Okay, so there's that. I might copy that. And what's that? Ugh. There's this. So on event tick. I'm not sure if this is wise. I'm not sure if you should be having an event tick in a widget. But I did a lot of work back then. Oh my goodness, this is how it works the way I want it to work. Because of all of the spaghetti code. Oh yeah, I vaguely remember all of this. Vaguely. Yikes. Set brush from texture, nothing. Logs, inventory item. Yikes. For each and every single one of the items. To the player character's blueprint. Dang it. So this is logs, keys, flashlight. Everything else is just empty default, which is nothing. Alright. But why is there so many? Oh, it's for each of the slots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whew. So let me see if I can get this done. It's an image. Alright, so let me go ahead and create the image slots. No, not image slots, item slots, which are image widgets. So item slot 01 through item slot 05. Let me go ahead and try to do that in my current UI, which is over here, inventory display. Okay, it's this one. So instead of 5 slots, I'll have 6. So these here images I can use as the slots. So let me go ahead and change the name. Rename. How can I change the name? Uh-oh. What happened? Oh, well, I locked everything. So let me unlock them. because I was trying to move other things like this selected text. So down here, this text will be whatever I'm currently hovering over. Okay. Let me see. So this one is the first slot. So let me call this. Uh-oh. There we go. Calling this item slot 01. I'm just going to switch back really quick. Item slot 01. Yes. Item slot 01. Okay. And then this one. Right here. Item slot 02. Item slot 02. This one will be item slot 03. Item slot 04. Item slot 05 and item slot 06. Okay, they should not have anything, but I'm just leaving these there for now for placeholder. Alright, so I can compile and save. Now if I move over to the graph editing mode, I should see them in here, and there they are. I don't know. Oh, I don't know if I can. Yikes. Let me see if I go back. Can this be made editable? No. Nope. Darn it. Okay, well, that's pretty, okay. Let me see what is going on here. So the item slots are there. Event construct. I see it. So this widget right here is supposed to be what the item slots are, but it just doesn't seem to work. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this since it's not even working anyways. Update display itself is not even working. Let me see. Inventory box. So I'm going to go ahead and compile, save, go back. Is this at the correct? Don't know why it keeps changing on me. There we go. It keeps going back to 1280, 720 by 1280. I want it 1920 by 1080. Anyways, alright, so let me go ahead and copy that code from the previous file. It's unfortunate because it's using the event tick. I'm going to have to figure out another way to do this, but you can't see it right now because I'm just copying, and then I'm going to head over right now back to here, paste it here. I don't know if I have anything in here. Oh, I need to cast to my BP gameplay player. Cast to BP gameplay player. And connect this. Or not connect it. Let me see if I can find a get slot 3 item ID. I remember I did put that in there. Slot 3 item ID. There we go. select that. Current selected slot. Get current selected index. Put that there. Okay. Connect this to here. Connect this to here. Connect this to here. Oh, it's already connected. Now I can delete that. Put this up here. Okay. There's going to be a lot of errors because of that. But let me go back and see something. I need to see if I have that. I don't have it. It's called. Oh no. Let me go back really quick. Is this correct? Survival HUD. Yeah, it is correct. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. I wasn't sure if I copied and pasted it to the correct widget. But it is widget inventory display. That's the correct one that I want. Has to be because it's calling the gameplay player blueprint. Okay. So all of this set brush. Oh, the texture assets. Yikes. I'm gonna have to update those. Item slot 03. Okay, everything else should be fine. Now I just need to update these. Gameplay player. Gameplay player. Oh, nothing else there. Let me see. So this one. Okay, again, let me look at this. Apparently I should have a current selected index. It must be in there somewhere. Current, oh, here it is. Current selected index. I move this to pick up. I'm going to find everything at the same place. Okay. See that? Alright. So, there's that. Now I need get slot 2 item ID. Get slot 2 item ID. Connect it here. And I need current selected index. Here I call it current selected. Let me see if I'll just be consistent and save it. Rename it from index to slot. Alright, compile. Save. Alright, current selected slot. So now let me go. Oh, no, that's the old one. Current selected. Oh, why there's two? Oh, it's get. One is set, one is get. I need get. Alright. Then I connect this. And I connect this to this one here. And I can delete that. Move this up. And move that back. Okay, compile and save. That should be good now. there. Okay. This is the first one. There we go. Get slot 1 item ID, connect it to selection, then get, current selected slot, connect that, connect that here. Delete this, and yeah, delete that. Good to go. That there and there. Okay. So we got that. So those need to create another one, but I'll get to that in a bit. Here I call gameplay player. If I can spell it right. This goes here, and this goes here, and get slot 4, and then get current selected slot. Current selected, connect that there, and connect that there, and delete that, move this up here, move it into place, then compile and save. Right, and then do that for this. Play player. Connect this one there. Connect this one there. Slot 5 item ID, slot 5 item ID. Connect that there. And selected slot. Connect that there. Delete this one. Move this in place. Move this one in place. And delete. This one in place. And this one in place. Alright, so that's it for that. Now, for the last slot, I will just 3 and 4, so the next one should be 5. We'll just copy, well, not copy, just duplicate, move it down, and connect this here. But instead of slot 5, I want slot 6. Item ID, select, okay, compile, save, There we go. Move that there. I need to change this. 5. And this item slot actually should be here, 6. So this one was for 5, 4, 3 and 4, 2 and 3, 1 and 2, 0 and 1. 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, the next should be 5, 6. 5, 6, so you get here. Oh, it goes to everything. Darn. So, is it 6? We get all of these things in the back first. Let me just make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I got that. Got this target, target, target. So now I can delete that one. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Let's put this up here. Forget it. I'll just put it there. Let's put it up here. I need to look at the previous code so that I can see anything more. No. So that I can see what the textures are. Alright, so save. Now let me go back and look at those textures. So let's switch on int. I have flashlight, inventory item, key inventory item, logs inventory item, and then the first one is empty, or is it no image, which represents an empty slot. And let me go back now. So flashlight, keys, logs, and empty. So I need to leave the first one empty with no texture. This would be, I'm not going to have logs in here. Maybe this could be like a bolt cutter to cut chains that are blocking your exit. This can be key, that maybe you can use a key to unlock the padlock that is locking the chains that are blocking your exit. And of course flashlight. So let me find the flashlight texture. Gosh darn it, I don't know which one to use. I know I don't. Oh, UI icon. So this is probably it. UI icon. Okay, that was for the first one. And this one, UI icon. UI icon. I should just give the other ones just a placeholder for now. UI icon. And UI icon. Just for placeholder. I'm going to give it some other textures. What should I... There are textures in here. Don't know. So UI icon is this. Well, you can't see it. There we go. Is this here with a alpha mask, so you can only see the outline of the flashlight. Alright, so, but what other textures can I use as... I will use the textures in here. Or should I use textures from here? Adventure, no. Nope, 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 not those, not those, not that. Military, mercenary, gothic, sci-fi, crux, splash. No. I suppose that could be a good sort of texture. A survival character, textures. Is there any kind of... No, not that kind of a texture. I need to look more like an actual image. The heck? Oh, it's an umbrella. Shoot, no. No, it's not skin. Textures. Maps. Demo. Character. Animations. Nope. What kind of textures are here that I can use? Looks like I'm gonna have to use the other ones just for... Okay. Forget it. Just for placeholders, I'm gonna use these textures here. Ooh, what's this? Oh no, I don't want that actually. So I'm gonna use this. T-door. T-light off. T-look. And T-scale. So scale, look, light off, and door, just for some... actually, I don't even need that much. So let me see. Flashlight is already using, so I'm not going to use the light. I will use door here. And for this one, I can use magnifying glass. Okay, so flashlight, door, and magnifying glass. Flashlight, door, and magnifying glass, and empty. Flashlight, door, UMG, scale, UMG, and empty. Flashlight, door, UMG, scale, UMG, and empty. And flashlight, door, UMG, scale, UMG. That reminds me, I need to go, and then empty. And then I think that's it. So compile, save all. I remember going through Fab Market or Unreal Engine Marketplace and seeing some icons for free, so I might have to bring those into the game to use those as textures and icons to in place of just for placeholders. Alright, so let's see. Empty slot, scale, magnifying glass, door, flashlight. Empty slot, magnifying glass, magnifier, door, flashlight. Empty, magnifier, door, flashlight. Empty, magnifier, door, flashlight. Empty, magnifier, door, and flashlight. Empty, magnifier. Uh-oh. Good thing I went through this. Okay. Magnifier, door. Okay, so empty, magnifier, door, flash. What? I didn't even put flashlight in here. UI icon. Okay, there we go. We got that. Right? Flashlight, door, magnifier, empty. Flashlight, door. Wait. Is that the last of the last? Yes. Flashlight, door, magnifier, empty. Flashlight, door, magnifier, empty. Flashlight, door, magnifier, empty. So this, I'm thinking, is very inefficient for whenever I have more items. Right now, this is just testing the UI that I just copied from my old attempt at making this video game. It's just to get something working. Let's see. So that's that. But I'm pretty sure I need to call it from the actual player character. So we'll see. We have all the items in here. Ah, yeah, I do. I need it to interact with these buttons. The switch item backwards and forwards, which is mouse scroll wheel down and mouse scroll wheel up. So there's up there and there's down here. So I need to somehow get all of that working here. By doing that, I'm going to have to look at the actual old code and go back. So here, I copy and pasted all of this. So now let me go back to the actual the player character blueprint, which is that one there. And here, and see what in here is it. Oh gosh. And I need to copy and paste to make that work. Oh, I think it must be this one here, or it might be this one. Focus interactables. Yep, pretty much it's gonna be this one. Darn it. Alright, so this is actually not efficient. This is not good, because you have like add to viewport at everything. Even the this is not efficient. You don't want to do this, all of this stuff on an event tick. Essentially, you don't want to use an event tick in any widgets. Anything that needs to be consistently checked every frame, like this event tick, should be done in either the player blueprint, this here, or the let me see, is there a player controller? Anyways, so this here, the player controller. So if not the default pawn, so if not this file, the testing your player character blueprint, then your player controller should have that information of all of this event tick in your widget. Shouldn't be in any widgets. All of this stuff should be either in player controller, which was not set up. This is using the default one, so if not, you can create your own, but if it's not in here, then you can do it in here, which is the character blueprint. and it should be done here on this event tick. So off of this here somewhere, and then you call it that way. But I will get to that when I will cross that bridge when I get to it, as I like to say. I like that idiom, that expression. I say it a lot. So instead of in the widgets, or any widgets, you don't want to do it in any UI widgets, you want to do it in the character player, or specifically the player controller class that I showed you earlier, right here, this one. Okay, so anyways, since I didn't know that when I was first creating my game and the first time, but I got it working, I'm just going to copy and paste whatever I got, and I'll fix it later and adjust it and copy and paste it into the player character later. But for now, I just need to see what all I need to do in the player character to make the inventory UI work. This is player hunger. This one is player stamina. This one, flashlight battery depleted. And this one, I think this is what I need, the focus interactable, and that's on event tick. But what is this one down here? This one is outline, follow camera, interactable, outline begin. Looks like outline trace. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's an interface showing what you're focusing on or what you're interacting with. So, all right then. So this, I kind of need this. This is what you need in order to know what you're hovering over. Not what you're hovering over, but if you're hovering over something or an item or a door that is interactable, that you can interact with. However, I do have that in my code already. It's one that I showed you earlier called Trace for Interactables. So this one here just has it as part of a code, not part of a custom event like I called mine Trace for Interactables. And then it goes here to trace again. I don't know why it's tracing again. And then it goes here to an actual interface file, or a BP interface blueprint. You can see down here it says interface, which means it should be in here somewhere. And it's not. Maybe that's why the interface is not correctly working. But anyways, you just add it here. Interface. Interface. Interact. So it's one of these. Not these down here. It's either one of this one or this one here. I don't know which one. I can't figure out which one. I don't know how to figure. Let me see. Turtle classes. Darn it. I just don't know which one it is. I guess I have to look for both of them and rename one of them. Okay, so let me try that again then. I will do that. We go here. The one that is in here. Oh, goodness. Where is it? What in the... Okay, the one that is in here. Interact. I'm naming This one, Victorian house. Shoot. Don't know. I really can't get this inventory item working. I mean, figure out how I got it working in this iteration so that I can get it working in my current iteration. Here, not sure. So if I pick up an item and get killed by the monster, I'll try again. Pick up an item. Pick up an item. So I can run away. He should lose track of me. Oh! Wow. How did he find me? I need that code. Because my current game doesn't do that. I don't know how I did it in this game. How did he find me? I'm getting distracted, but I really need to know. How did he find me? My current game doesn't do that. I don't know what I did to mess up the code for the monster. Not chasing correctly. But it's working here. Maybe it's just default. So here, Sevarog player. And movement input. I don't need all of this. This needs to... Oh, this one doesn't appear. Investigate noise. Start chasing player on site and play chase music. Well, that doesn't work because I didn't hear. I did hear the spawn sound. This sound. Sevarog roar. Q. Let's see if I open this. Okay, it played that. Then it moves. Oh, I see. It moves directly to the character, not to the spot that the character is at. Retriggerable to. Oh, it's not even connected. Never mind that. It goes up to the sequence to do once. Branch, play music. Oh, that's the background sound effect. That one there. And if not, fade out that sound after 2 seconds. Is music playing? Set to false. Alright, so investigate noise, delay, random. Oh, and then it goes back to random roaming. Here. Interesting. I do not see any random roaming. It doesn't go back to a random roam. Retriggerable delay. There we go. After how many seconds is that? 8. Random roam. Random roam. So this is random roaming. What is this? Open doors or end game? Attack player. You died. Delay. Game paused. Do once. Fade out the music. Music playing no. End screen widget. Place on the viewport. Remove all widgets. Go back to the main screen after a delay of 5 seconds. Add the main menu widget to the viewport. Show the mouse cursor. And change the input mode, game, and UI. Hide cursor and stuff like that. Set it. Other than that, on begin play, start random roam. Begin event, begin play. Walk on server. Cast to the Victorian game mode. Random roam. Catch the player. Cast to Victorian character. And so this one is a different monster. This one is working with the Victorian character. Not the testing character, which is this one here. The one that I'm trying to figure out how to get the inventory UI working so that I can make it work on my current iteration. Let's go ahead. Uh-oh. Why did I click on build? It's going to take a while to build. I don't know if it shows the building status, but it's taking a while. Well, let me go back and see. Go to my current game. So, select a text down there. The inventory box, horizontal box, and the item container is a wrap box. They are both actually the same thing, I think. Select a text. That's for information. Whenever you scroll through your inventory, whatever item it is, this selected item text will tell you what is the currently selected item. So if this was a flashlight and you currently selected it, then it'll say flashlight. But if you scroll and this was a bolt cutter and you currently selected that, then it should say bolt cutter. There's a show and fade, which is not working. Oh yeah, it is. So that's for the text. But let me see, what is the other? Oh, inventory box. Let me see if this disappears. Yeah. Disappears. It's back again. Don't know how I did that for the actual. My goodness. It's taking forever to build on the other one. Let me see if I can. What else can I think of to make this thing work? Widget opens the widget reflect, a handy tool for diagnosing problems with live widgets. Uh-oh. My logic broke. It's not picking up. I don't know how I broke it. Back to the flashlights. Picked up those flashlights, but it's not picking up the card. Time of access none. Trying to read real property cards are one. Reference. Oh, I think I know how I broke it. I did this. That's why it was not picking it up. Okay. All right. I don't know. I'm gonna have to work on this UI later to see why it's not connecting. Don't know why it's not connecting when it should be. Whoop. Okay, just testing that. Alright, looks like I'm gonna have to start asking AI chatbot. In this case, I'm gonna ask Gemini Google. First of all, I need to figure out what my actual problem issue is. Let me go ahead and pile, save, flashlight. Okay, so I think I know what it is. It has something to do with updating the UI. Updating the UI for the items. Focus interactables. Interactable crosshair. Interact with objects. Sprint and crouch, lean left, lean right. Current selected slot. Current selected slot. Don't know any other place that I have code. Construction script, outline begin, viewport. Is it in functions, macros, variables, event code? Nothing here. Focus on the interactables. Interactable target widget. This flashlight pickup current. Flashlight pickup. Flashlight pickup. Doesn't have anything to do with icon. Close this. So this is my old character blueprint code. I was distracted. I'm just going to close that. That distracted me for a bit. Interactable widget, flashlight widget, flashlight pickup, the actual UI. Yet why is it not showing up on my current iteration, but it shows up here? I'm wondering if I have some kind of a binding to it. But if I do, I don't know where or how. How it's binded. Is it on? Create a binding. Reset this property to its default value. I don't want events. No. On mouse button down. No. I do not have that. On mouse button down. It's on an event tick. Sets the color. Oh, okay. So here it should show you a picture of the item, but somewhere else, something else sets the actual item. So in the case of flashlight, 0, 1, 2, 3. You head back, 0, 1, 2, 3, flashlight. Slot item ID 3, slot item ID 3, slot 4 item ID 3. So apparently 3 is flashlight. Pick up card 0, 1. I'm going to change this to 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. Inventory is full. So BP card 01 is 1. Set slot ID to 1. So once I set the slot ID, it tells me what picture. Slot for item ID. Slot for item ID. Slot for item ID. Right here. So it tells me slot for item ID, and I set it to 1. So it should pick 1, which means it will give me the magnifier. So that's how it should show me the image in my UI, inventory UI. This one is using 3, this one is using 1. Let me get the other one to use 2, which is the door. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Save, save. Actually compile. And save. And this one all 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. This one was already at 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. And compile and save all that. Compile and save all that. Oh, what am I doing? I need to actually, oh, okay, let me see if I put some items here. 1, 2, and 3. Card 1, 100. Card 2, 100. Card 3, 100. And card 2, card 2, card 2. Gee, these are just test subjects. 100, 100, and 100. Okay, save. Well, now we see this thing does anything to change the UI. Nope, that doesn't. Don't know how I did it. Alright, I'm gonna close that up, dismiss this, look back at the, not the interact, but the switch up and switch down, or switch item backward and switch item forward. See how I did it on dun dun dun. How did I do it? This is how I did it. switch the view. Okay, so this is how I did it. Switch input action next item. And set visibility, flashlight. I need an is flashlight on. This is. Wait, is this really how I did the previous and next item? So this is previous item, going backwards. Here, let's see the going forwards. Going forwards, whenever I scroll the mouse wheel up once, it checks, is the flashlight on? No. And it checks, are all of the item slots empty? If true, current selected slot is 0. But if any of these is false, then current selected slot is 1, is whatever it is, which in this case should be 0, plus 1, and 0 is greater than 4, false. Is it greater than 4? False. So do nothing. But if it is, if the current selected slot is greater than 4, then go back to 0. Oh, so that's how I do the forward and backwards in my inventory slot. Okay, so I'm gonna just use this. I'm gonna copy and paste these. I need first to create an is flashlight on in my character. Current character is flashlight on. Look for any equivalent type of let's see. Let me see. Sprinting is sprinting forward. Zoomed is leaning. Landed is pause menu. Is inventory visible? Is crosshair hovered? Is flashlight on? Is not there, so I'm going to create it. Is flashlight on. Compile. Save. And it's default. Let me see. Is flashlight on? By default is off. It's a boolean. Okay. It's a boolean. Is flashlight on? Alright. So everything else I have, including set visibility, let me go ahead and copy and paste this. I'm copy and pasting from my old code, pasting it here to my new code. I'm going to just paste it over here in this empty spot right here. Darn it. I can't even see. Okay, I'm going to have to do this again. Copy and paste from my old code. copy and paste here to the new code. Right. Is flashlight on? Is flashlight on here? Let me look back at my old code. I forget which one. I think this is. Oh, shoot. Don't know. I am just going to take these two, disconnect them. You have absolutely nothing in your inventory. Print string, update display, show inventory. I'm going to disconnect this and disconnect this. And move these two. Instead of deleting all that, I'll just move the actual keys that I want to use. Okay. Switch item forward, switch item backward. And let me just double check my old code. I called it previous item and next item. Okay, I'm just going to say next item is switch item forward. And previous item is switch item backward. Triggered. I don't think I want triggered. Do I want triggered? Started. I'm not sure if I want triggered. I think I want. Triggering occurred after one or more processing ticks. An event has occurred that has begun trigger evaluation. Triggered may also occur this frame, but this event will always be fired first. I don't know. I'm gonna just say, should I just connect them both? Or say started? Alright, let me just do it this way. Okay, so let me see if something is flashlight. No longer exists on get. Let me look back at my old code. What is flashlight? Flashlight happens to be spotlight component. In my case, or in this new case, it is the spotlight component. In the old one, I simply just called it flashlight. Oh no. The spotlight was called flashlight because it's not actually using. So in this case, I'm not using flashlight, I'm using spotlight. So let me go ahead and spotlight this. Set the visibility of the spotlight. And because the flashlight is the actual static mesh, it's not the actual light. Whereas in the old code, flashlight is the actual spotlight light. So the visibility of that spotlight is what I want to adjust here with the set visibility. Okay, so save that, compile and save. So this code allows me to scroll through my inventory back and forward. So this inventory changes the slots back and forward, and it shows what it is. The current slot is equal to 3, which is slot 4. And if any of these, if that's true, then If it's true, then highlight it, make it opaque. But if it's not true, dim it and make it not highlighted or opaque. And slot for item itself is the flashlight, then it will be 3. So it'll move here, and if the current slot is equal to, slot 4, then that's true. Then go ahead and highlight the flashlight in there. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to work. Might have to actually get rid. Let me see the image. The image of inventory item slots are image widgets. Okay? They are squares. They do not have anything in the image brush, so I might actually have to do that and go into the image widget here and remove these placeholders, as well as the do I need to? Yeah, I need to completely get rid of everything. Yep, everything but the color and opacity. So let me go ahead and color and opacity, changing the size. Right. Compile and save that. Compile. Wait. What is this? We may undo that. Okay, I don't know why it didn't work properly, but alright. So, next one. Get rid of the flashlight. Get rid of all the other changes. Compile and save. Go back. Try to. Next. This. Get rid of flashlight. Get rid of that. Save. Get rid of flashlight. Get rid of that. Compile and save. Get rid of flashlight. Get rid of that. Compile and save. I need to change the see if I can copy this, and I'm copying from the old code. Going to paste it here. Okay, it dimmed it. Paste it here. Grayed it out and made it more transparent or less opaque. And don't even want the grayed out. I want that showing at all. Darn it, where? Paste. Paste. Don't want it. I don't want that. Oh well, we'll leave it for now. Just whatever. Alright, so now one more other thing I need to do is just, change the size of these slots. Instead of looking like thin square rectangles, I can make it more of a bigger square. But in order to do that, I need to copy the... Shoot, I can't copy it. Darn it. Right and bottom. Right and bottom. Let me see if I can do right and bottom. So if I go 0, 1. Yikes. You have some weird... Apparently I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to change it. Translation. Escape, stop, explicit. I guess I have to change it this way. Nope. What the heck? What the heck is going on? Yikes. I don't know what's... To do this... This is so weird. What am I doing? Anyhow. If that was bottom, what about top? Right? So how about negative 25? Negative 30. Negative 30. Negative 10. 0 is fine. Alright, so let me see. 0, negative 30, negative 10, negative 30. That is such weird. Okay, well, whatever. 0, copy, paste. What? What happened? It didn't work. I have to do it manually. 0, negative 30, negative 10, negative 30. Negative 30. Whoops. 30. Negative 10. Negative 10. Negative 30. Hmm. 5, 16. My goodness. Interesting. So it shows my inventory is full whenever I try to pick up more items. Full. I'm gonna try to pick up this card. Let me try to pick up this flashlight. It says inventory is full. Yet it's not showing me up on the screen that my inventory is full. Darn it. Switch. Let me see. I need the let me disconnect. Move these. Just to see if these nodes are working or not. Whenever I press on them before UpLogic. Before DownLogic. Oh, instead of weird stuff like that, let me just say scrolled down, scrolled up, just to see if my input is working. But somehow the actual thing is move this up here. The actual inventory seems to be working because it's maxing out at 6 slots. So let me see. Save or compile. Save. Build. And save. Go ahead and test it. This is the wrong one. Randomly spawn. Okay, here. Pick that up. 2, 3. Whoops. Got 3 flashlights. Scroll mouse wheel up. Scroll mouse wheel down. Down, down, up, 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 down, down, up, down, up, down. Alright. Pick that up. Pick that up. Pick that up. Now, it should tell me inventory is full. Yep. Inventory is full, 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 full. Alright, so the game logic knows that the inventory is full, but it's not showing me on the UI. See, and I don't have the logic to throw any items away. I never copied and pasted that logic. I might have to actually ask Grok or Gemini. I'm using Gemini right now. I'm logged into Gemini right now, but I haven't asked it any questions just yet. Let me just go ahead and set these anchors. It's not necessary, but these anchors specifically anchor these UI elements in place regardless of what resolution size. So if you're using a really big resolution, it'll always anchor it into this same area of that relative to the I'm going to name this to A, and I'm going to name this to 5. And I'll name this to 6. And then I'll move this one down. There. So we've got 6, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Selected text is empty. Inventory box. Horizontal box. Item container is a wrap box. Canvas panel. I don't know why. I don't know how to. There's some place you can actually set it, but I don't know. Don't know how to so that it the canvas panel always stays at 1080 and it never changes back to 1280 or whatever, 1270. Forget it. It's not that big of a deal. Shoot. And a cat. Suppose I could make these boxes bigger. Anyways, fine. Gosh darn it, I don't know how I did it on the first iteration to make that work, because it's not working here. Let's see. See if I pick up some items. You do not see it in the inventory, unfortunately. Just pick up some random items. Oh, inventory is already full. How? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I picked up 4 here. And then these 2 cards, so that's 6 already. So they're already filled. So that's why the print string is telling me inventory is full. But, right, scrolling up doesn't show me the items in the inventory. Scrolling down, same thing. I don't know. I really don't know. I really need to ask, because I don't have any professional game devs to tell me why my code is not connected to my UI. So I either have to watch a whole bunch of YouTube tutorial videos, or in my case, it's much easier for me to just ask AI chatbots. So in my case, I usually use Grok, but since I've been testing out Gemini, I'm using Gemini instead. So I'm going to have to ask Gemini what I'm doing wrong here. Darn it. I really didn't want to, because this is more of the kind of workflow process that I record for the Patreon videos, because literally it's just me just moving back and forth between the AI chatbot, reading the AI chatbot, asking the AI chatbot, and then moving back into the editor. And so that's why I really don't want to work on it right now. But I kind of feel like I'm so close to figuring this out. I don't know why I can't get it to work. Hey, welcome in, Green Coke. I'm not sure. It's telling me stop, stop spamming caps. So I guess that might be the emoji. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm not sure what the actual. It's just telling me that it's it says stop spamming caps. So I don't know if the Nightbot told you that, but I'm guessing it's because of the emoji has capital letters in it, maybe. Oh, sorry about that. It's cool. Yeah, that's one of the processes that I show on the stream, is that I use AI chatbots to help me. I don't have actual game dev professionals or my own game dev skills, so that's pretty much one of the things I show on my stream, is how I work with AI chatbots to get what I want done. Right? Yeah. They're so. There is no point not right now. They're so useful, and it saves a lot of time. But yeah, I usually use Grok, but since I'm using Gemini, Google's Gemini, I'm liking it, so I've been asking Google's Gemini. But I need to formulate the question first, so I need to figure out why my graph code, as long as you the issue perfectly. Yes, you have to word the issue perfectly. That's why I'm trying to look at my issue first to see how I can prompt the Gemini, see if it, device content scale 1.0. Okay, so anyhow, I want the items that I pick up in game. So like these flashlights or these cards right here to show up one by one in order into these inventory slots. But they are not. However, the game code itself is registering the items being picked up. It's even letting me know that since I have a maximum maximum of only 6 slots. It's telling me that I cannot pick up any more than 6 items. However, it's not showing me on the UI, so I might have to tell Gemini that. And so let me see if I can switch over to Gemini right now. See, where is it? Okay, here. I need help figuring out how to get my items that I've picked up to show up in my inventory UI, which has only 6 slots available. Figure out how to get my items such as flashlight, which I call BP flashlight. I don't know how to spell. I don't know how to type. Card 01. I don't have to do all that, but oh well. I'm just going to do it anyways. Card 01. And card 02, which is using the blueprint card 02 that I've picked up. I can figure out how to get my items that I've picked up. Show up in my inventory UI, which is widget, blueprint widget, inventory display, which is only 6 slots available. Variables. What did I call them? Slot 1 item ID. Slot 1 item ID. Slot 2 item ID. Slot 3 item ID. It's tedious, but if you give it as much information as you can, it will help you so much better than not. You're running around less and trying to figure out why their suggestion isn't working because you didn't explain your situation thoroughly. So try to explain in great meticulous detail. Slot 6 item ID for the character blueprint BP gameplay player, and for the widget, the inventory widget, inventory UI widget, using, what is it? Item slot 01. Item slot 01. Item slot 02, item slot 03, item slot 04, and slot 05, item slot 06. Alright, such as flashlight, cards that I picked up. Using custom events in each item blueprint. That uses destroy actor nodes. Should show up in my inventory UI widget blueprint widget this, which has only 6 slots. Okay, so what else? What else do I need to let it know? I need help to get my items that I picked up to show up in my inventory UI. Okay, let me look at my inventory UI. Graph editing mode. I think that's it. Let me see if it's definitely going to help me, but is it going to help me specifically, or is it going to be very general and I'm going to have to ask it 1,000 more prompts to finally get to the answer that I need? Let's see. Let me click on that. See what it says. This is a classic problem in game development, and the solution involves cleanly separating the data, what the player has, from the visual presentation, the UI. Actually, let me stop. Let me go back and add some more stuff. The game correctly registers that I've picked, not the game, the game code or whatever correctly registers that I've picked up 6 items and a print string node lets me know inventory is full. So the under the hood code works, but the front end is not registering the items picked up to the inventory UI to show on screen. So that's a little bit more information. To the front end user interface. The logic for managing the data, the inventory capacity check, is working. Yes, that's correct. But the logic for displaying that data is missing or incorrectly linked. Okay? The industry standard best practice to solve this involves 2 main steps: data structure standardization and event-driven UI updates. Sounds complicated. The most significant issue is likely the lack of a standardized way to represent the items, flashlight, card 0, when they are picked up and stored. You need a consistent data format that both the inventory logic and the UI can easily read. I think it's going to tell me about interface, which I've already set up. You should create a blueprint structure, F inventory item. Oh, I do have a structure called S_items to define exactly what information the inventory needs to store for every item. Structure inventory item, item ID, item name, and icon texture. Okay, so I do have that set up. Let me show you really quick. So item ID. I guess I just never linked it. So let me go to data. It's not in data, it's under UI. I call it S_items. I have the name of the item, icon of the item, stack size of it. I don't really need a stack size. Is the item activated? I don't need to know that. Okay, so icon texture. Let me just be consistent and just name it exactly what they say. Other than that, item name, item. Do I really need an item ID? Name or tag for logic lookup. Oh, because you need it for logic lookup. Item name, text for UI display, and then icon texture. A soft object reference for UI icon. Okay. That's, I think it's heading in the right place. So the name for logic lookup, and then for display, the item name. Okay, so you know what I'm calling this, instead of stack size, I'm calling this item ID. Changing that to, so this is texture 2D text, and then name or tag. One is text and one is name or tag. And let me change the order to match. So item ID, item name, and item text, icon texture. Okay, so let me save that. Alright, so now that I have that, let me move back and continue reading. So now that I got that S_items structure, creating a master item list. So instead of hard coding the item details into the item blueprints, the professional approach is to use a data table or data asset to hold all the item properties. Oh, okay. Actually, I love data tables. So if you've seen my video on data tables, you can see how much I really enjoy data tables. I learned about it, and I was like mind blown. Like, what? Why haven't I used this before? Okay, especially because with the data tables, you can change them and edit them, modify them in spreadsheets, which is so easy. If you know how to use spreadsheets, data entry and data modification is so easy, and you can do thousands of changes so quickly. Okay, so action, create a data asset, master item list, or a data table using the finter. Okay. Let's see, data table. Miscellaneous data table. Pick a pro structure. It's called S items. Okay. And I'll call this one data table. Items. Simply just items. That's it, nothing more. Save all of that. Open it up. Okay, so now I have it now. Oops. Let me keep reading first before I show you. But I did this just now. Alright, populate. Define entries for your items. Row entry 1, flashlight. Oh, okay. Card 1, card 2. Okay, updating the inventory slots. Your inventory variables in BP Gameplay Player should be updated to store the standardized data. Instead of just checking if the slot is empty, your 6 slot variables, one item ID, etc., should be of the type F inventory item structure, or just the simpler item ID tag if you fetch the details later from the data asset. Okay, updating the inventory slots. The display mechanism. You need a robust way to push the updated data from your gameplay. Yes, this is what I need. To the inventory display widget. The best practice is to use event dispatchers. Really, I've seen them underneath the variables, but I never use them to ensure the UI updates only when necessary. Inventory data storage. In your BP Gameplay Player, you should not have 6 separate variables. A much more efficient and scalable solution is to use a single array. Replace slot item ID through slot 6 item ID with a single variable. Called inventory array. Array of inventory item structure. Array of name tags. Huh. Really? Array of item structures. Okay. Right. What about using the data table? I didn't want to use arrays. That's the whole reason why I learned about data tables, because they're so much more efficient and easier to manipulate and modify and enter data into. Anyways, create an event dispatcher. It may be create an event dispatcher named onInventoryUpdated. This dispatcher fires an event to any listening UI element whenever the inventory changes. Pickup logic flow. When the player successfully picks up an item before the destroy actor node, get the necessary item data. Add the new item data to the inventory array. Call it onInventoryUpdated event dispatcher. Widget data consumption. The inventory widget must be created, added to the viewport once, and set up to listen for the update event. Get reference on event construct of inventory display. Get a reference to the gameplay player, depending on where you create the widget. Bind to event. Using the saved player reference, bind a custom event. Refresh inventory UI to the player's onInventoryUpdated dispatcher. Refresh the logic inside refresh inventory UI. This custom event contains the logic to update your 6 display slots. Get the current inventory array from the BP Gameplay Player. Loop through the inventory array using a for loop. For each item in the array, use the loop index to determine which visual slot needs to be updated. Let me go back. Item slot 01, item slot 02. Correct, so this is correct. Use the item's icon texture from the data structure to call setBrush from texture 2D on the correct UI image widget. Ensure any unused slots are explicitly set to a null empty texture to clear the display. By implementing this structure, you only update the UI when the inventory changes, which is highly efficient. the UI correctly reflects the state of the single authoritative inventory array data source. Nice. Yikes. Alright, so let me see. How can I do this? I have to go to my backup computer. Update the Gemini conversation to there so that I can switch back to my game. Right? First, before I do that, I need to ask some more questions. Okay. I'm using your data tables suggestion. I created an inventory items structure called S items. Then I created the data table blueprint called DT items using the S items. In the DT items, I haven't added yet, but I will add only 3 items so far, because I only have 3 items in game right now, and I'll add other items later. Is I will add only 3 items. BP. I don't know if they want flashlight, card 01, and card 02. That is the name, which is name with their respective item textures. T flash light T scale. You know what? No, it's actually not called this in the game right now. But just for the sake of this conversation with the chatbot, so it doesn't get confused, I'm just going to keep it consistent that way. And item ID name so far, because I only have 3 items in game right now, and I'll add other items later. So I'm using your data table suggestions. I created an inventory item structure called as items. Then I created a data table blueprint called DT items using the S items structure. In the DT items, I will add only 3 items so far. Okay. Okay, and then what? Master item list, which is the data. I'm using your data table suggestions, so please, your struct and data table suggestions, so please disregard your data asset suggestion for now, because I don't know anything about data asset and I don't want to go and learn about it now. I create it whenever I already know a lot about structs and data tables, so forget the data asset. I created an inventory item structure called s underscore items. And in the data table items table, I will only add these 3 items so far. Okay, so I did all of this, updating the inventory. Your inventory variables should be updated to store the standardized data. Instead of just checking the slot, if the slot is empty, your 6 slot variables should be of the type inventory item structure, item ID, if you fetch the details later from the data asset. Again, I don't want to use this method. I'm using data tables. The display, you need a robust way to push the updated data from your player blueprint to your inventory blueprint. The best practice is to use event dispatchers to ensure the UI updates only when necessary. In your gameplay player, you should not have 6 separate variables. Okay. Right now, using data tables, so I do not want to use your array suggestion for now. Also, the whole reason why I learned about data tables is because it is more efficient on Blueprint than arrays. So for now, just stick to data tables and structs, and my variables that I mentioned earlier, and leave arrays out of it. Okay, change ID to one array. No. Creating, okay, event dispatcher called onInventoryUpdated. This dispatcher fires an event to any listing UI element whenever the inventory changes. Pick up logic flow. When the player successfully picks up an item before destroying the item, get the necessary item data. Add that new item to the inventory. Again, it's trying to tell me the inventory array method I don't want to use. Call the inventory dispatcher. Event dispatcher. Okay. Inventory must be created, added to the viewport once, and then set up to listen for the update event. Oh, okay. Okay. So I already have this, and I already have this viewport set up once, or added once. So this is what I need to get my widget, blueprint widget, to update the empty slots with actual items, picked up items. Okay, so on the construct of the inventory widget, get a reference to the player controller or the character blueprint. Bind. Oh, see, this is where I think I might need, because I need to bind to events, where I need to use bindings. Bind a custom event using the save player reference. Bind a custom event. Refresh inventory UI to the player's on inventory updated dispatcher. Oh, I see. So only when things change and are updated that it will call this function, this event dispatcher function. That's cool. So it's not always checking every single time, which could bog down the system. Refresh the logic inside refresh inventory UI. This custom event contains the logic to update your 6 display slots. Get the current array from there. Loop through the inventory array using a for loop. Determine which visual slot needs to be updated. Use the items icon texture from the data structure to call set brush on the correct. Also, Unreal. I'm using Unreal Engine. For now. And there is now set brush from texture 2D node. Instead, I'll just use the set brush from texture node. Ensure any unused slots are explicitly set to a null or empty texture to clear the display. By implementing this structure, you only update the UI when the inventory changes. This is nice. This is highly efficient. The UI correctly reflects the state of the single authoritative inventory array data source. So I might have to use inventory array. The reason why I don't is because I don't like using arrays as much in blueprints. They really bog down the blueprint. But also, in my old code that I copied this from, it's not using inventory arrays. It's just using the individual 6 variables that I've already added to my player blueprint. I know it's going to be much more difficult to work with it that way, but I got it working in the old code. I just don't know why when I copy pasted it to this new code it's not working. So let me just tell that to Gemini. Inventory display and in player. My old code, what is it? I created it in Unreal Engine I actually created it older. Um, but I created it in 4.27, but that doesn't matter because 5.5.4 it works. So why when I copied it to 5.7 it's not working? So I'm just going to tell it 5.5.4. When I created it in Unreal Engine 5.5.4, right, let's see what it says. That's perfectly clear. You want to stick your existing design using 6 individual variables in both your character and your UI, leveraging the efficiency of data tables and structures for item definition, which is a completely viable and optimized approach. The issue you're facing is simply connecting the data update logic, checking which slot is filled, to the visual update logic, loading the correct texture from the data table and applying it to the UI image. Yes. Here is the industry standard way to update your 6 individual UI slots by utilizing the data table and the event-driven update suggested previously adapted to your specific variable setup. Core data and communication setup. Since you are not using an array, you need a system to map the saved data in your character to the 6 visual slots in your. You need a system to map the saved data in your character. Okay. I have no clue what they're talking about. I think this is what I need. I mean, like I said, it's working perfectly fine in my old code. So I don't know what I'm missing from my old code that in this new code it's not working. So this is probably it. I need to map it somehow to save data in the character to the 6 visual slots in the widget. And you need a clean way to tell the widget when to update. Okay, so I think this is also important too. The event dispatcher method that they're going to talk about. Data table structure. Okay, I told it this and now it's telling me specifically what I need to do with this. Data table. Ensure your data table is set up to allow the game to look up the visual data efficiently. Row name should be the item ID. Flashlight. Card 0. Column. The icon texture. Field in your S-items structure must be texture 2D object reference or soft object reference for best practice, but a direct reference is simpler for now. You have 6 variables, slot 1 item ID to slot 2 and etc. These variables should store the row name of the item in the data table. Name or fname. This is the most efficient way to look up the item. Flashlight, card 1, or none if the slot is empty. Okay, the update trigger. The event dispatcher is still the cleanest way to signal the UI and be created in it. Okay. On inventory slot. Inventory slot. On inventory updated. Is that the same? Yes. Pickup logic. In the item pickup logic, after you assign the item ID name to one of your 6 slot variables, immediately call the the dispatcher. Oh, okay. So in my actual item that I'm going to be destroying, that is where I call this event dispatcher to update the widget, the UI widget. Interesting. I was hoping just to keep everything to either the character blueprint or the inventory widget itself. Inventory widget blueprint. Anyways, UI slot update. Okay, so either this file or the character blueprint file, which is gameplay player. Anyways, it's not up here. Okay, the UI widget's job is to listen for the event and then check each of the 6 slots individually, using the data table to grab the necessary texture. Yes, that's what I want. So I need to save that texture to the data table. And I only have 3 items, so it shouldn't be so difficult. This setup happens only once, typically on the event construct in there. Get the reference to this character blueprint, and then bind the custom event, refresh all inventory slots to the player's on the inventory slot updated dispatcher. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to ask you how to do that. I don't know how to do this specifically. I know how to create the custom event in the gameplay player. I know how to do the event dispatcher called on inventory updated in here, but I don't know how. Typically, event okay, how do I bind this custom event? Oh, this custom event is going to be in the construct of inventory display. I get that. This event dispatcher is going to be within the character blueprint. I get that. But now, how do I connect them to? Apparently I need to bind them, but how? Do I use bindings? I thought that's only a designer thing, so I'm going to have to ask it to specifically tell me how to do that. Sup, Green Coke. Yeah, so pretty much I'm just working with Gemini right now. Yeah, kind of, sort of. I'm almost there. I've got the solution. I just need to ask it a couple more questions to see how to get all of this connected. So, my misplacement of spaces. That's fine. That's okay. I was just wondering, are you also creating your own video game? Or working on your own video game? This one right here is my first video game that I'm creating, and I don't know, for some reason I thought it was just going to be like a 1 day or a 1 week thing. But my quote unquote simple horror game turned out to be much more difficult than I thought. Now it's like, what, 10, 11 months later, and I'm still trying to get a minimum viable product so that I can start sending demos out for people to play and try it and test it out. But yeah, it's like, oh my god, I'm still here trying to get the most basic things working, like this inventory. The inventory is so simple. It's not like an MMORPG inventory. It's just simply, you don't even interact with the inventory other than, scrolling up and scrolling down. Yet, just to do this, it's so much work that apparently is under the hood that I thought would be simple, but turns out very difficult. And this is why I'm here asking Gemini. So I just need to get the refresh logic, 6 separate identical sections of logic, 1 for each slot. Get data from the player reference. Use a branch to check if the slot ID is not equal to the default empty. I think I already have all of this set in one of them. If true, use the node to get the row naming convention in newer versions. Set this to your data table. Yes, I know that. input the item name. Okay, connect the found pin to the break S items structure. Ah, okay. I don't think there's a found pin, but from the break S items node, get the item texture output. Set the brush from texture node as you confirmed is correct. Your item slot. Target is the item slot. Let me just double check that item. Yeah, that's it. That's item slot is the actual item image widget. And then input the item texture from the structure into the set brush from texture. If false, slot is empty. Your item slot 01 image widget. Right click the brush input pin and select make slate. Yeah, it depends on how you approach it or what you want, I guess. You can simply keep an array of classes and spawn them on scroll. Like mouse scroll wheel sets index +1 or plus or -1, and read array index and spawn replace current handheld item. Yeah, that's pretty much what I think I got that working. Let me see if I can go back there. So my code is different. It's pretty much what you're saying though, and that's this right here. So it allows me to switch item forward is pretty much a mouse scroll up, mouse scroll. This switch item forward enhance input action is tied to the mouse scroll up. This one switch item backward is tied to mouse scroll wheel down. And it's pretty much this whole entire code, instead of using arrays, is just using the individual variables separately to scroll through the item. Here is the -1, here's the +1, and oops, undo that so that I can scroll forward and back through the inventory. Also, it's item ID, data table row, store info, read on scroll with index like I mentioned before, spawn item. Yeah. Okay, so all the zero checks if it's filled with an item, I see. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so if it's less than 0, then set it back to the very end of the item slots. So make that current item slot the very end. So pretty much over here, if it's 0, then as you scroll down, it goes back to the end. If you scroll down again, it goes to this one. But if you scroll down from here, then it loops all the way back around here. And same with the scrolling up. If you scroll up over here, then it loops all the way back to the beginning. And that's pretty much what this code does. So that's what this input action switch item forward is set to the mouse scroll wheel up, and the backward is scroll wheel down. Clamp max. I mean, it's fine. This code works, so it's fine. I don't want to use a clamp. Let me see. When you add or remove an item, you add to clamp max that clamp scroll amount. But the checks are fine, I guess. How you store the info? Yeah, how I store the info, that is the question. I didn't set it up yet, but I have the, oh, it's right here, S items, struct, items of struct, which is item ID, which is the name. So I only have 3 items. So I created a data table out of this item struct, and I'm going to, in fact, I'm going to create it right now. So I'm going to add the 3 items, the row name, will be flashlight. The other one, card. Oops. Card 01. And the other third item, card 02. Then the item ID will also be flashlight. The item name, flashlight. And then the texture of this will be flashlight. Is interactable. I don't. I'm just gonna keep that there. I'm not gonna use it. Okay, and then card 01 would be card 01. Card 01. What is the texture that I'm using for this? I'm using T scale for this one. And then for the next one, better to use structs and data tables. Not sure if you know. Yeah, I do know. I'm using them right now. Alright, card 02. Card 02. And then I'm going to use T underscore door. These are just, whoops, wrong one. Door UMG. Door UMG. These are just placeholder icons for now. Alright, so I've got the data table set. And then I got all the item ID, the row name, icon texture. Okay. And all that is set. Then, alright, better use add a class to the structure that you can spawn. And you can use the same struct to display item on UI and in hand when selected. Yeah. But right now, the in-hand part is a little bit more complicated, so I'm going to do that later. Right now, I just want to get the inventory UI working with the items that I picked up off the ground. Okay, but before that, I need to actually create all of the, like the event dispatcher down here, which on inventory updated, on inventory updated, be there. We go ahead and compile to see what on inventory updated is 0. I guess in here I need to add some specific code, but in the inventory display I need to also add some way to, oh my god, this is why it's not working. I didn't even connect it to a custom event, because like I said, it's working in my old code. Whenever I copy and paste this, why is it not working in this new code? Look at this. The input is not even connected to any like event tick or event construct. Yeah, I don't want the, oh my goodness. You telling me this whole time it could be working if I just had this connected? Let me look back at my old code and see what's connected to that. Yeah, it was connected to it. Oh my goodness. This is not efficient, but I'm just going to try it now so that I can test it. You don't want to do an event ticket inside of a widget, but that's fine. I'm just testing for now. I just want to see if my code works. And then I can do all of the other stuff later. Alright, so let me see. If it doesn't work, then I'll go back to following Gemini. Alright, so go ahead and... Are you sure you want to play? The following blueprints have unresolved compiler errors. Let me see. Blueprint failed to compile. Uh-oh. UItem data is activatable. I know what this is, but I don't want to... Let me just break it. Nope. Item data name. UI item data icon. Right. Get ready for a crash with OnTick. Scale selected. Let's see. Yep, it's scaling up. I don't want to do that now. This is the inventory slot. I'm not using this right now, so maybe I can... What can I do to disable this for now? Oh, you need to refresh node. And then just disconnect this. Yeah. Oh, forget about this. Refresh node also. Because I changed the struct. So let's just leave it that way. Ugh. Let me break that again. Now it's... Okay. Alright. Just I'll click the lines to break them at the dots. Oh, okay. Let me see. Alt click. Ah, that's so convenient. Alright. Nice. Good to know. Thank you, Green Coke. Alt click the lines to break them right at the dots. Okay. That works. Okay, so let me see if I can get this thing to work. If not, then I will have to just follow the AI chatbot's instructions word for word. So I got this. Let me test it. Okay. Pick up this. Ooh, there you go. Do you see the item up in the top left there? I picked up a flashlight. Let's see what this does. So if I pick up this, this should show a door. I think it should show a door in the up top left. Yeah, you can hardly see it, but it's there. Can you see? It's hard to see. But if I scroll to it, then you should see it clearly. Oh my god, this is exactly what I wanted. Okay, it's going through 3, 4, 5, 6, back to 1. Okay, now if I pick this item up, the third item slot should fill with the magnifying glass, correct. So, we go there. Yeah, I didn't set up the flashlight for each item yet, but I finally got the inventory working, guys. Oh my goodness. Nice. Okay, let me pick up some more stuff. Alright. now it should tell me inventory is full. If you try to pick up some more stuff, inventory is full. Try to pick up this card, it's full. Okay. So the fourth slot is a magnifying glass. Uh-oh, there's an issue. It's completely skipped the fifth slot. Oh, I know why. I don't have the code. I don't have the code set up for it. Because, oh, I'm just so happy this works. Oh, wow. Finally got this UI to work. Okay, let me just go ahead and fix that part. Which is, if I can remember where. Oh, right here. So, slot item ID. Let me duplicate. And slot item ID. Add the, oops, I need a, how do I add it? Dun, dun, dun. Tell you the truth, I don't know how to add it. Another, oh, you can remove a pin, but you can't, oh, here, I'm too excited. I can't even see these things clearly. Alright, I'm excited because I finally got the UI working after so long. The way that the UI works in the old code, I finally got it working in this new code. Alright, so again, equals, add a pin, put that there. Alright, so slot 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slot 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, nice. Finally got all of this working. Okay. What else? Oh, this needs to be updated. Since there's 6 slots now, this should be a 5. And this should, no, that is 0. Because it goes from 0 to 5 for the 6 slots, rather than 1 through 6. And corrected selected slot should be 0, while this one should be 5. Alright, so let's go ahead and see if we can switch, test it out now. And I am so happy this is working. Scroll wheel up and down, there's nothing because the inventory is empty. But if I go ahead and pick this up, should show a door in the first inventory item. Okay, there's the door. And this one is a magnifying glass. Let's pick up a different item. You can see it in the top left. There's a magnifying glass. Pick up a flashlight. There's a flashlight icon. Pick up another flashlight. I really don't want to be able to step up on these flashlights. The cards are the only things that are going to be floating and glowing like this. I just set it on the flashlight just for like placeholder effects. I gotta do those. Let me pick up one of these and pick up another. You can hear the monster. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna have to change the UI around. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Apparently I have them switched. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Alright, never mind. I'm just gonna. How can. My god, this is so bad. I don't know how to. I don't know why. I actually have to physically move these, which I don't want to do. I'd rather just change these to match. Okay, never mind. Let me see if I can scroll in. I'm going to use these grid, the graph paper, to try to, first of all, move this out of the way. Undo drag. Okay, so it's right, this here is the center. Okay, try to get that right in the center. And try to get that right in the center. Move the anchors to match the correct image. Alright, so what's going on? Alright, that's good enough. It doesn't need to be perfect. Let me see if. So 5 is now 6. This better work. So I will name this 6. Doesn't matter what I name it. This one will be 6. Then I can name this one back to 5. And hopefully it corresponds to the correct what do we call these things here? Let me see, item. These things, item slots and all that kind of stuff. So we go ahead and test it, see if that fixed the issue. I need it reload. It's randomly spawns in different places each time. Gosh darn it. Okay, here we go. Let me pick up an item. Pick up another item. Pick up one of these items. Pick up one of these items. Pick up this item and pick up this item. Scroll through and it should. Okay. Oh, now it was. Yay! Woohoo! Now it's working. Scrolling up, scrolling down. Properly moves through the inventory items. Nice. This is exactly what I wanted. But now I need more. So when it's currently selected, it's much more opaque. It's supposed to get bigger as well. The scale of it's supposed to get bigger. But when it's not opaque, when it's not selected, then everything else is transparent or dim. So the thing is, that's cool. I want that. But now, after about 2 seconds of not doing anything with the inventory, meaning I'm not scrolling up or down, it should completely disappear from the UI. Only when you pick up a new item or scroll again, then will the inventory come back. So right now, I don't have that logic set up. And another thing is, I do want each currently selected item to scale bigger, and then when you scroll to the next item, whatever was current will shrink back down to normal size, to default size. So right now the door that is currently selected should be scaled up to like maybe 1.2 or something, or 2.2 times the size of the default size. So not only do you actually see it clearly, but it's scaled up to show you that. Not only that, but once you, so let me go back. So once you select, say, this fifth item, so not only should it scale up or become opaque and not dim, but there's also should be a text telling you specifically that you selected, say in this place was a flashlight, then it should also specifically say flashlight. And then when you scroll to the next one and this is a magnifying glass, it should say magnifying glass. Not only does it show you and scale it up for you and make it opaque, but it also tells you that you've chosen a magnifying glass. So there's some things with it's a very simple UI, but it took me like a year to figure out how to get it working, even though I had it working in my first iteration. For some odd reason, I never thought to go back and copy and paste that working code. From here, so like if I pick up some items, you can see I can scroll through it, and it was working there. Now I just copy it, and the monster found me. So you copy and paste, you get the flashlight working. Yeah, try to run away from the monster, but since the monster sees me, I can go. Okay, it's bugged now. Alright. Pick up some other items. And oh, it's roaming again. So only if I select. Oh, I died from hunger. Anyways, so that was the first iteration of my game. Really, it was just me learning how to use Unreal Engine. So, let me switch back. So yeah, I just need to do a little bit more tweaking to this quote-unquote simple inventory UI. Also, these should not... Oh yeah, I already told you already that it should be completely invisible whenever there's nothing on screen, or whenever the seeker is not scrolling through their inventory. It should be completely gone. So let me see. There is this here. If I go and show and fade an inventory box, it's hidden. So I think I might have to hide each and every single one of these inventory slots. Selected text is also hidden after 2 seconds. Comes back again whenever you scroll through an item. Let me see. I'm going to test something really quick. Okay, now on my first attempt, I don't have that text set up, but that's how I want it in this iteration. of my video game. So if this becomes my selected item, then this text will change to match whatever that item. Say that's a key, then it should say here key. If this is becomes the selected item, then it should say, and if it's a flashlight, then under here it should say flashlight. But that is stuff that I don't know if I can should I work on that? Because the thing is, the reason why it wasn't working before whenever I copy and pasted it is simply because I did not connect it, the problems, to the event tick. So I'm going to have to figure out a new way to work with that, because you don't want to use an event tick on a widget, on any widgets. It should only be like inside of either your player controller or your main character blueprint, which in this case is gameplay player, right up here. So I'm going to have to figure that out later, some other time. I didn't realize it's already been 4 hours. Let me see. So for now, I will close up my old code. Don't need that one up. See. That back. So it's there. The event tag has trace for interactables. I can probably use this for the inventory display instead of using this. I wonder if I can do it another way. There's this update display. I think I might want to do that. Update display. And then from my it only updates whenever I scroll through it, or whenever I pick up an item. Wonder how that will work. If it'll work that way. Because I don't want to keep it on this I don't want to keep it on this event tick. It should be using the event dispatcher. I'm going to have to get it to work. Let me see if I can ask Gemini. My properly inventory display. Okay, I think you can see this. Let me switch it really quick. So yeah, I got my inventory UI working properly. Working the way I intended, because I forgot to connect the logic to the actual event tick node when within the inventory display widget. However, I guess assume using the event tick node within the inventory UI widget is inefficient. So I was thinking of connecting, disconnecting the logic from the event tick and connecting it to a custom event called what did I call it? Update display. Update display. Then in my character blueprint BP and player under the event tick, I can call the WB inventory displays update display event. Is this assumption correct, or is there more efficient solution with what I got so far? Let's see what the AI chatbot said. That is a keen observation and an excellent line of reasoning. You are absolutely correct. Using event tick within a user widget like inventory display for data that doesn't change every frame is highly inefficient. Your assumption about using a custom event called update display is a foundational step toward the best practice. However, calling that event from the character's event tick would simply move the inefficiency from the widget to the character. The more efficient solution, event dispatchers. The most efficient and industry standard solution for this scenario is to use event dispatchers, as is detailed in our previous exchange on UI best practices. This allows you to update the UI only when the actual game data changes, completely decoupling the UI from the character's update cycle. The event tick fires every frame, right? The character tick is inefficient, which is 60 to 120 times per second. If you call inventory display update display from the character's tick, your inventory UI logic will execute hundreds of times per second, even if the player hasn't picked up an item for minutes. This is a waste of processing power. The optimized solution, event-driven update. This approach ensures that update display logic runs exactly 0 times until an inventory change occurs. The trigger location is in the character blueprint. The logic to refresh the UI should be triggered immediately after the data changes. Oh, so when I pick up an item, event dispatcher, you already have the event dispatcher named on event inventory updated, created in your character blueprint. Yes. Trigger the point. Okay, so let me go back and make sure. I got inventory updated. Yes, inventory event dispatcher. Trigger point. In your pickup logic, after you successfully set the new item's ID to this corresponding slot variable, set slot 1 item ID, you must immediately call the on-inventory slot updated dispatcher. Crucially, this is the only place the dispatcher should be called. Okay, that's in the pickup logic. The listener location. The UI must be set up to listen for the specific moment that dispatcher is called. Event binding on construct. In this inventory displays event construct, which runs once when the widget is created. You bind the event to on inventory updated. This connects your refresh all inventory slots or update display custom event to the dispatcher. The logic. Your refresh all inventory slots custom event, which contains the logic to look up all 6 slots in the data table and update the textures, is now executed only when the dispatcher is called. Alright. Okay, I get it. This is the more efficient way of doing it, but the copy and pasted way that I'm doing it right now works. So I will keep that for now and just fix that with all of these new, more efficient way later. By using event dispatchers, you eliminate the need to use event tick entirely for your inventory display, achieving the highest level of efficiency and optimization for this system. Let me see. So I need update display here somewhere. So even though I use this, custom event, I'm not using this method anymore. I can delete all of this. Let me make sure that I'm also deleting certain things that I don't need, like item container. Oh no, I can keep that here because this is actually part of this item container right here. I can keep that. Inventory box, I keep it. Selected item text. This is something I don't. Oh no, I need. That's exactly what I need for showing the name of the item being selected. So I need that. I need selected slot index. Selected slot. What? It's not even being used. You know what? I'm just going to do it this way. Let me delete this. Because I'm not using that. I'll move this over. Get rid of the tick. And then look for delete unused variables. Set text and inventory display reference. Apparently this one is being used. What? How? Is in use. What's selected slot index? Where is it being used? Inventory slot, current slot count. Create the inventory. I'm not using inventory slot anymore. I can delete that. Visibility. You know what? I'm gonna just delete it. Event construct. Again, delete unused variables. Still, I have selected index. I wonder why. Selected slot index. Selected item text. Selected find references by name. Set selected slot index. Selected slot index. Add item. Oh, it's using it here. Again, I'm not even using this. It's no. Add item. This looks so inefficient. Don't know. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Delete. Delete. Delete it. Delete this function. Delete it. And delete all the unused variables. Alright, so I can delete this one. Is it referencing anything? This in the under history, so the under history will be sure. Alright, I'm going to save. Alright. So, this I can move it closer to the rest of the code. A little bit closer. Uh-oh. Don't know why. It's taking forever to compile. Oh my gosh, 28 milliseconds. That's a very, very long time. I wonder why. Since I'm not using update display or show inventory temporarily, I don't need these. Oops, should have deleted this first. What is this? Update. Oh, that's for the hand. Do that later, next time. Please don't. Okay, good. I thought it was going to take 28 milliseconds again. Or 28 seconds. Now it's just 324 milliseconds. Nice. Again, we see delete unused variables. Landed. Is inventory visible? No. Let me keep that. I don't know why. Well, I guess I don't need to use those. So landed and stuff like that, but the references I don't need to use. Okay. So somewhere in the pickup logic, I need it to set slot 3 item ID and all that kind of stuff. So it says here in your pickup logic, after you successfully set the new item's ID to the corresponding slot variable, set slot 1 item ID, you must immediately call the onInventory slot updated. Where did I put it? I have to go back and read this. Gemini. You already have name created that. In your pickup logic, after you successfully set the new item's ID, immediately call onInventory slot updated. Crucially, this is the only place a dispatcher should be called. The UI must be set up to listen for the specific moment that dispatcher is called. Okay. Current selected slot. Updated display. Updated display. Updated display. Updated display. I need to bind the updated display with the onInventory updated. If you call update from the character's tick, your inventory logic will execute hundreds of times per second, even if the player hasn't picked up an item for a minute. This is a waste of processing power. Is to use as detailed. This allows you to update actual game data inventory, completely decoupling the UI from the character's update cycle. In your pickup logic, set the new item's ID to the corresponding slot variable, then immediately call the inventory slot updated. Okay, so I don't have too many right now. I got card 01, card 02, and flashlight. So I need to on inventory, darn it. I need to I suppose I call update display here. Oh, it's a read-only. How do I... How do I connect? You know what? I have to go back and read how to connect the update display and the event dispatcher. Bind a custom event to the player's So I need to ask it how to do that. Right, so the UI, the widget's job is to listen for the event. Oh, okay. Then check each of the 6 slots individually using the data table to grab the necessary texture. Binding the update is this setup happens only once, typically on event structure in here. Get the reference, bind a custom event to the player's uninventory slot updated dispatcher. Event will contain 6 separate but identical logic sections of logic, one for each. Repeat this exactly, connecting them sequentially using the execution pins. Alright, so let me read this again. Okay. Binding the update event. Okay, so this setup happens only once. So listen and then check each of the typically on event construct in the there. Get a reference to the BP gameplay player, which I do not have in here. Cast to BP gameplay player. Cast to BP gameplay player. Promote to variable. Call this player reference. Right? Delete that. Bind a custom event. What's it doing here? It's changing. Oh, right. So this is the confusing part for me. Now I need to bind these custom events. This custom event to each to the bind. Is there such a thing as bind event? Blah 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 blah. Bind update. No, bind on inventory updated. Bind event to on inventory updated. Bind to on inventory updated event. On inventory updated. Is that let me delete this. Pin is not connected. Whoops. So let me see if I can update. Update. Hmm. Chart. Add custom event. Update display. Hmm. Hmm. The 6 times branch node. Custom event. Update display is foundational. So event. Completely decoupling from the UI. Update from the character's tick. This approach ensures update logic runs exactly 0 times. The logic to refresh the UI should be triggered immediately after the data changes. Successfully set the new this call on inventory slot updated dispatcher. So in here, call on inventory updated. Okay. Call on inventory updated. I think this needs a player reference. To BP gameplay player. Variable reference. Like such. See if that works. Call on inventory updated from the player character. The character blueprint, then destroy the actor. And this does not have a player reference cast to. BP gameplay player. Promote to variable. Oops. Ref. Call on inventory updated. At that. And last but not least, do that for this. Cast to BP gameplay player. Promote to variable player ref. Get the reference call on inventory updated. Get this one. Whoops. Undo that move. Get this. Get this. Get this. This. After you set the slot item IDs, they said to call the inventory updated event dispatcher. Then you destroy the object from I don't know, so let's see if this works. And see. Get rid of that. Save all of that. I mean, build and then save. And let's see if we can test it. Access none. Inventory display. Bind event to on inventory updated. Executed. Error warning. Don't know if this is. I don't know if this is correct or what. No, it broke the logic. As you can see, it's not up in the inventory UI anymore. Alright. Inventory is full. So it broke the logic for the inventory UI. Just curious in time. You've been learning Unreal. You learned anything on child classes for shared function use? You need to set the player reference with a valid reference before you can bind to an event. You need to set the player reference with a valid reference before you can bind to an event. Yeah, that's probably call on inventory. Player reference with a valid reference before you can bind to an event. Let me see. It is, though. This here is referencing the actual BP gameplay player. No. It's actually referencing the BP gameplay player blueprint. And that blueprint has the event dispatcher down here, on event updated, which apparently is read-only, so you cannot connect anything to it, like update display or something. I don't know how to connect anything to this. Cannot create new nodes in a read-only graph. Maybe I delete this and create it again? Or will it just be the same exact thing? It's read-only. Let me see. Call on inventory updated. Whereas I tried to call it from bind on inventory updated. Bind event to on inventory updated. Call on inventory updated. In the pickup logic here, the pickup logic is in the actual item blueprints. The UI. Dun 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 dun. Alright, so, yeah, no, I'm not too familiar with the child blueprints or child classes. No, that's the type. What it's holding is null. You haven't done any set on it to fill the variable with anything. So I need to set that reference will be valid with what you are currently possessing. You can always do get player pawn or get player character to get a reference. So get player pawn something like that. Oh, let me see. Bind event to on inventory updated. You can get a player character to get a reference. Let me see. Get player character. No. Darn it. Bind event to on inventory. That reference will be valid with what you are currently possessing. You haven't done any set. Do I need to set the, like, set? Do. Cast to BP gameplay player. Whoops. Set. Maybe from, not sure if I need to call the player character or the player pawn. Maybe the player character. Set. And then bind. Like this. Let me see. Use the green ones instead of the reference player reference. You can just use the green. That reference will be valid with what you are. Can you just use the green ones? What green ones? There are green ones? Oh, these guys. The green nodes I mentioned get player characters. Okay, yeah. You mean I can just go directly to player reference? No, cannot. It won't let me connect. Or directly here. It won't let me. So apparently I have to cast to it first, then set it, and then connect it. Maybe. And then the update inventory. Update display is connected to the bind event to on inventory updated, which is this event dispatcher down here. You can go from cast without the set. So just directly to target. I mean, it sets the player reference variable anyways, so I just leave it. It's save a set for nothing, as you cast anyway every time you fire, which is only once on start, so unless you want to reuse it. I'm not going to reuse it, but I'm not sure why it didn't work. I guess I do need this here, this player character and cast BP, because I already promoted it to a variable and created the player reference that points to the character blueprint. So, don't know. Maybe you need to actually cast to it and then bind to it. Anyways, so event display, updated display, on inventory updated. I guess if you start it, you can use it later to call for item change in hand. So actually handy to have. Keep it. Okay. And update. I don't need that. Find results. Let me see. Darn it. So it picks up still, but it doesn't, it doesn't update. It broke the UI. No, it doesn't update the UI up in the upper left. Shoot, I guess I could just, whoops. I accidentally hit the function keys, and I guess it changes the, all of this view mode. Go back. But, yeah, no. Call on inventory updated. Access none. Blueprint runtime error. Access none. Trying to read real property play reference in the flashlight and in the card. Oh. Wait, what? Flashlight, card 02, card, oh, I see. Call on inventory updated from the event graph of call on inventory updated. So call on inventory updated. Event graph is in execute overgraph BP card. Don't know. Oh, so maybe I need to cast to it again. Gameplay player. So I actually need the, I mean, I guess it makes sense because I never called it. I just create it as a variable. Like, I just used this promote to variable and then deleted the cast node and just kept the promoted variable. So I guess, I don't know. Maybe you need to let me just see if I can just test this one thing. Oh, there you go. Whoops. Okay, it only worked. It only worked once. Inventory's full. Interesting. What? So it only goes up to the very first inventory slot. Access none trying to read from cast as BP in not in U class node event BP flashlight. Interesting. The inefficient way of doing this actually works. But the more efficient way seems to not be working for me. Let me see all. Oh. Duh. So I gotta put all of the white lines in there. That's why it only went through the first slot, because I only had the first slot connected. Yikes. Oh, I'm so dumb. Let me connect this. And let me just do this for all of the rest. So that one's for the compile. Once again, cast to BP gameplay player get player character. Again, must have everything connect to it. All of these. Connect that. And somebody follow. Thank you for the follow. Green Coke, thank you for the follow. Alright, see you later. Thanks for the tips and tricks. I'll catch you later, Green Coke. Alright, so let me say this. And last but not least, let me wait. This is all 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yes. Go ahead and add cast BP gameplay player and get player character. Oops. Connect all of these. Connect this. Connect this. Move this up here. Connect this here. That one. And just move this up here. Is it all 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Save. Okay. Compile. Save. And save. And see if this will build. Save. And let me try to test it. Okay. 3 flashlights. One of these cards. One of these cards and one of these cards. And if I try to pick up any more, it should say inventory full. Uh-oh. Yikes, it's not scrolling through. So, not sure why the scroll logic is not working. Maybe I need to call update on that. So if I scroll up, nothing. Scroll down, nothing. But at least it tells me that the inventory is full. If I try to pick up any more items. And it shows the actual item icons in the inventory UI. But unfortunately, it doesn't allow me to use my scroll wheel to traverse the inventory. So, I think it has something to do with the I have to call on inventory updated and then do all of this. Right? Because the logic here says if all of these are empty, oh, no. If all of these do not equal to 0, or the 0th slot. If, oh no, this logic is different. This is it doesn't matter, because this is working. This logic is working. Which says, if it's not empty, if there's some items in one of these 6 slots, that means it is false. So it'll go to this logic, current selected item, plus, is it greater than 5? After you added, yes. Then set it back down to 0. So go back down to the beginning. This pretty much changes which slot is selected and highlighted. That's it. All the inventory stuff to update that is here. So, wonder if I need to call this update display. in update display in the actual switch item forward and backwards. So like update display target is so whenever I move forward, I update the display, and then it actually I think I need to do this before I update the display. Huh. Target is WB inventory. Update. Let me see. I can grab this first, and then update display. I'm thinking I might need to put the update display at the very end instead of at the beginning. Yeah, I think it needs to be at the. Huh. Let's see. Let's see. Because it needs to go through all these first, these changes before it shows it up on the display on these set brush to change the brush and set. So I think I might need to move this here. And move these back over here whenever these are done. And then you update the display. So do all the logic first, and then feed the information into the update display current selected slot. Because current selected slot is here, and if it's 0, whoops, then it'll update with whatever it is. So it needs this information first, and then you update it. Okay. I think, I'm not sure. Duplicate this. Save. Rebuild everything. Test it. Oops. Test another one. Test another one. There, this one. You can see the glow. Alright, you pick up that, you pick up that. Pick up that, and that. part of the code works. Not really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. It's kind of broken. It's not going through the whole logic. Or it's calculating the logic incorrectly. Only whenever you scroll up and down and up and down. But if you keep going, it won't go through the actual inventory. See, if you try to pick up something, it's full. That's correct. Okay, so what do we got? Let me see. Maybe once again I need to call the full-blown cast. You know? Because I don't know where else I called that reference in here. Event graph. Get inventory display reference. Where? This logic is incorrect. I'm going to delete it. No. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it probably is incorrect. I'm not using it, so I'm not going to keep it. It's using the master pickup blueprint, which I'm not using. What? Let me see. What's in the master pickup blueprint? Where is this master pickup blueprint? There's nothing even in this thing. Are there any interfaces? No. Collision. Default scene. There's absolutely nothing in here. So, why am I using this? I'll just delete it. Master pickup is not being used by anything. So, I probably could just delete it. Gameplay player. Right, but it's this. This logic, show inventory temporarily, is supposed to be up here, but I deleted it, so update display. Alright, so let me just go ahead and delete all of this. Compile, save, delete this. It's in the undo history, but it could be cleared. Save. Let me move this up here. This is interact. What am I doing now? What is this? Oh, that's my trace for interactables. Move this down here. else? Go back here for unused variables. Is landed. Is inventory visible? Inventory reference. Let me see. Inventory reference. I can delete that. Player HUD and inventory display I am using. BP inventory component. Try add item. Backpack. Remove item. Alright. I'm not using any of these. If anything, I can recreate it later, but I don't need it. See, delete. References under history. Inventory component, no. Keybind save, I haven't set that up. Alright. So how do I get the... there's something I needed to do in order to... I just directly casted to it. Casted to the flashlight class. Casted to the... I didn't even... So whenever I need to call these references, I'm just going to cast to it. Because other than that, I don't know where else. I think what you can do is do something like this. Let me do that. Inventory display. Oh, I already casted to it. Inventory display is right here. Add to viewport. No, I didn't cast to it. I just created the widget for it. So let me not do that. I'm just going to cast. Maybe this isn't inefficient, but player returns the pawn for the player controller at the specified player index. So let me see. Maybe I need player controller. Oh no, guess not. Does not inherit from player controller. Oh, it inherits from character, parent class character. So get player character. Okay. Do that. Wait a second. Why did it? Oh. I called the wrong thing. What an idiot. Get inventory cast to BP inventory display. What? BP inventory. What? Oh, That's right. It's because it's not called BP. It's called WB. Inventory display. And I move this here. User widget. Remove that. Maybe something like this. Oh my gosh, what else now? Does not inherit from character. Wow. Must have a connection. Are you kidding me? What is going on? I cannot. You know what? It itself needs. Gosh darn it. Get user widget object. No, it's a widget component. I don't think. Dun, 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 dun. This thing needs a target of its own. Oh my gosh. Is this just gonna keep needing some target over and over? How do I cast to inventory display? Right. I don't know how I casted to it before. It itself needs a... Are you kidding? Well, what am I trying to do? So, on this, trying to... Because for some reason it doesn't want to update the display. Maybe I need to call the on inventory updated. Which doesn't make sense because it's already in here. It's already a variable in here. So maybe I don't need to update the display. I simply just call. Oops. Delete that. Call an inventory updated. Is maybe that. Mm-hmm. One, two, three. Oops. Three. Inventory is full. Don't know why, but it's not working. Alright. That's it for me for now. I'm really getting frustrated with the this logic. So I'm going to have to read up on the Gemini chat to see how I can fix it, but other than that, it's a little too frustrating to work on it right now. But I did get it working, it's just on the inventory tech, which you don't want. Other than that, I am done for now. You guys, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you next time.